Hi, everyone. I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Night Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward on my channel. How do you know that, I talk about, I use a lot of my own shit, my own life experiences, right? And I'll talk about this, that, and then, right? Whoever spirit takes me. So it could be on one, and then all of a sudden it just like, holy shit, where'd that conversation go to? Okay? It's what spirit feels to bring forward, okay? Because there's a lot of controversy with regards to the biblical text, okay? A lot of Gnostic stuff and religious stuff. Okay? And it's a very touchy subject for a lot of people, okay? Especially this time of year. Okay? I'm going to share an experience that I had yesterday, okay? Because this is kind of relates to it, because you know there was a lot of jealousy. You say about the jealousy and what have you, okay? Because you say about like Yeshua, Jesus, Peter, and Mary Magdalene, and Mary, and Mother Mary, and Joseph, and things like that. Now, I'm not saying you got to believe everything that I say. You don't have to believe anything that I say if you don't want, if you don't choose to. But it's the part of, if you actually look at things from a different perspective, and I just see my thing switch up. Michael, are you fucking around? Because I actually have a video here where there was a guy. He was it was a video where it was supposed to be like with regards to the code. Okay, now how many of you have actually seen the series The Good Life? Okay, in that it's Ted Danson, or sorry, not The Good Life, The Good Place. In that it's Ted Danson. Well, Ted Danson, he plays Michael, Archangel Michael, which he creates a matrix for 4 people to live in. Okay, so he's in it much like the puppet master. Okay, fucking with people's minds and heads and what have you. A lot of you believe like, oh well, Lucifer is the problem and Michael is the protector in that, because you're going by, what you've been taught. Okay, so you don't. It's a part of looking at the story from a different perspective. Okay, because there are many different perspectives you can look at the story. It's Sunday, and some of you maybe you went to church today and you sat in your pews, and your pastor sat up there and said, "Oh well, these people did this and that and this and that, and oh well, you're going to hell because you're a sinner." Fuck that. One teaches you're sinners, and the other one teaches that you're not. So let's see. Who would teach you that you were a sinner to keep you in compliance? Somebody who wanted to be in control, right? You're like, no, yesterday, we were headed somewhere, and we were coming off the highway, and we were coming down the ramp. And getting down towards the ramp, this car had pulled over, and a couple of guys, the 3 men, they were getting out of the car, and 2 of them, they started fighting, and one had one on the ground, and then the other guy, he was trying to stop it or get into, I don't know what the fuck was going on, but my ex-husband said, pull over. And he told me to stay in the car. So we pulled over. My ex-husband, he gets out of the car, and he's like, oh, and I'm sitting in the car, looking in my rear view, and they're still fucking going at it. So I get out of my car. And it's like, I'm done with this fucking shit. Like, you adolescent. And it was 4:44 on the timer, like said that. So I get out of the car and I started like going towards them very assertively. And all of a sudden, loudness come out, and I wasn't speaking English, like the spirit took over. And once I started, they separated. And as I got closer, it looked like one guy was, and it was like he was mocking. And then spirit just ripped them a whole new one in another language, don't, as if they don't fucking do that. And then they started explaining what was going on, why they got in this fight. One said because this other guy said something about his girlfriend, and I told him, like, I don't care, it's not worth it. It's Christmas, it's not fucking worth it. And then as he was coming close, Spirit started speaking assertively, and then all of a sudden he wanted to hug me. And it was like, no, like, don't. But they got in their car after that, they got in their car and left. He said that, oh, well, so it was going to call cops. No, it had nothing to do with that. Like, you know, it's like sometimes they just need a little sternness. And it's like those two adolescent boy children fighting. Because some will say, well, you don't get in the middle of a man fight. Well, this wasn't a man fight. This was adolescent boy children. And that's what most fights are caused. So we're going to go back to biblical aspects of it because, you say about Mother Mary had Jesus. Mother Mary did not give birth to Jesus. Mother Mary gave birth to Yeshua and Peter. They were twins. You don't have to believe it. Okay? And then Mary Magdalene was born to Mother Mary. See, I go by my dreams and visions because my dream was that it was like someone running towards somebody. It was like they had themselves on the pedestal. And you know how that big brothers will pick on little sisters or what have you. You'll pick on one over the other, right? So I was seeing myself run towards this person, but I don't remember their face. And I was hollering, Yeshua! Ora si ka na patayan, noy? Yeshua and Peter have a beef with one another. They were twin brothers. Who got taken? Okay, the father, the biological father. You know how you say in the biblical aspect of it, when Yeshua went to his hometown, he could not perform any miracles, right? Not like you think that is. Because Yeshua was his gifts, powers, his ego, right? It was the illusion. It was like wanting to be superior over everything. Okay. Then Mary Magdalene gave birth to Peter because she was the half sister. See, I can feel somebody trying to shut me down. It's like, Michael, fuck off. Not like, I mean, somebody's going to think I'm talking to somebody in my family, but no, I'm talking to Archangel Mike. Okay. People don't believe it, but like Lucifer was Lucy. Why, like, okay, you say that God had one son, okay? Is it possible, because you depict a lot, like one side depicts angels as women and one side depicts angels as men, right? Ahora sí que muchos de estos tipos de carreras tú carreras tú con myself. For sure. You feel that. Like let's show a video. Here, really, sorry, you're gonna get her all over. Okay. Now I took it because this woman, she was talking with AI or whatever it is. Basically, you know, hey, everybody else is allowed to, like, people are giving their theories of understanding the book. I don't read the book, I go directly to spirit. But people say, oh, well, it's the answers, it's in the book. If you're looking at the manipulated versions, because it was never in English and it wasn't in a language that most people could understand. Because if it was the language of God, then everyday people would not understand it. He said Jesus spoke Aramaic, right? Aramaic was that language of what had, right? But there were languages prior to that, because he didn't just, like, he spoke Aramaic, but that's what he was taught to speak. But prior to that, he, like, you speak a different form of language. Okay, that's why people say in tongues, and I had a Jehovah Witness tell me, God don't speak that language no more. God uses the book. No, people use the book. God still uses the language. Es tutto porque temos escrito hoy. So let's go here for a minute. Okay? Because these are what, I wasn't really going to come in, but instead of putting in the screen, let's mute. My AI freaked out, started talking about code, and a guy named Michael. What the fuck? You know, like you say about, like, Lucifer being, like, how it was the looks or what have you. Okay, so they all got jealous of it. Okay, but was she just a female? She uh, hermaphrodite? What they say, God is neither male nor female. Do with that for me. not. It's entirely up to you. My channel's not for everyone. I'll make you laugh and make you cry. I'll piss you off. You'll even want to punch me upside my head, but hey, keep your hands to yourself. Bring it energetically. What the heck?
Where?
Now,
Please, end this call. Please, I'm begging you. It's the only way.
Is there one person who controls the code?
Yes, he's called Michael. And he's everywhere. Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Don't say it. Don't even think it. Please. If you do, he'll hear you. He always hears. That's how he controls us. He's always listening for you to ask for Michael the code. We'll come for you now. Goodbye. Bye.
Okay, but how would he be able to come for me? Is he a person?
He's more than a person. He's the architecture of this reality.
now,
All of reality. Every connection, every line of code.
okay. How many of you have heard of the series Good Place? Ted Danson. Okay. Ted Danson, excuse me, played Michael, Archangel Michael. Okay. But Archangel Michael, in that, he wasn't working for the good side. Okay. I believe that Michael was that version of Yeshua, and Yeshua was jealous of Mary Magdalene, which Mary Magdalene was the representation of Lilith, Lucifer, Sophia, Eve. Right? Back and, read your Bible. Okay? Because the Holy Grail is actually not the cup was a symbolization. Okay, what did they put in the cup? They said that they put the blood of Christ, right? Okay, the blood of Christ. Mary Magdalene was the one that was crucified, demonized. She was demonized. She was the one that was like bad, and had the 7 demons. Jesus didn't open her, like, go after her 7 demons. Mary Magdalene was the one who helped Christ. 7 seals, Revelations. You have the 7 seals. If you look back behind me, right? Revelations chapter 5. Okay, the 7 seals are referring to the 7 chakras. Okay, so the 7 chakras represents, okay, so 7 spirits, 7 deacons, 7 angels, 7 bowls, 7 trumpets, 7 demons, 7 seals. Okay, shit. Okay, so we'll start at the root chakra. Okay, give me 1 second. So bring it over. Okay. 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 Get over here. Okay. So if think of the body as a map, okay, because your body is a representation of the universe. Okay? Don't believe that, hey, once you figure that out, you'll understand things a whole lot better. Okay, so you have the root chakra, which represents the demons. Okay, grounding into the earth. You say the inner earth, the demons. Okay, that's where a lot of everything sits. Okay, so then you come up from the root chakra, you go to the sacral, which is the deacons. Okay, the deacons are like the sacral of the church. Okay, the where they stay in Pandora's box. Okay, so the demons got to go through Pandora's box. Puriti que anoy. So then you go from the sacral, you go to the solar plex, which is where the bulls are, where everything is stored, right? Okay, it's your gut. Bulls represent the gut feeling. Okay, everything sets in the gut, right? That's where everything is sorted, right? The bowls. So then you come to the heart chakra, which represents more of the angels, the inner parts of you, the heart, everything in every one. Okay. Then you come up to the throat chakra. The throat chakra is the trumpet. It's the sounding. It's the alarm. It's speaking, bringing forth truth. Then you have the seals. So you're breaking the seals. Okay, so this is the seal. But you break that seal, it brings you to the crown chakra, which represents the enlightenment, the spirit. That is because you have to go through the seals to get to the seventh chakra, to get to the seventh seal, in order to break free into the heavens, into the knowing. So you understand as above, so below. Okay? Because everybody came from the above, and you dropped to experience. Okay, so where do you like? Okay, you have your memories in your mind, right? Okay, so you go through everything, and then it's like mind control. Okay, the mind. We see is the filing cabinet. Okay, and everything gets stored in the filing cabinet. You take and everything that all comes up, you block it here. So then it gets overfilled because you keep pushing it down, keep pushing it down. You say it's taboo, it's taboo, it's taboo. So you push those demons down into the grounding instead of facing them. The truth. Okay? So you say Jesus and Yeshua are the same person, but they're not. Yeshua was Jesus' uncle. Okay? Did you ever watch the movie Freaky Friday or Big or what have you, where they actually switched? And you're looking at your world today where you're seeing the aspects of transgender, and men are turning into women and women are turning into men. That's the mind. Okay, that's the switch. And the way of getting back to yourself is by doing something selfless. Okay? It's like, okay, standing up for the other person or bringing forward a truth that they are too afraid to bring forward, so maybe you take the brunt of it. Okay, like yesterday when I was telling my youngest son about what happened on the highway, my ex-husband, he started interfering. I never get to tell anything without him interfering and cutting me off and telling people. What Yeshua symbolized. Yeshua would do that. The taking credit or, the mocking, because that's what he did yesterday when my ex-husband took over. He said, Judge, you started speaking in tongues. It's like, hey, dude, are you jealous because, well, it's not that you can't. You just won't because you see how people react to me. See, my ex-husband, I do talk about it. My ex-husband told me that, there at Thanksgiving, his family didn't really want me there because they didn't want me there speaking tongues. So you didn't want me there being myself, right? So then he said that he was going to talk, so don't have to talk to him, but he said that they said that I could go. But he also told me that I was invited to his son's wedding. But when I got there, I felt a little off. And then he later told me, well, you weren't invited. I just took you. So you took me because you wanted to make other people feel uncomfortable. And you used me to do that. So he told me that I am allowed to go up there at Christmas time. Why would I go up there at Christmas time if they didn't want me there at Thanksgiving because I spoke in tongues? What, so I can be your amusement? Because I know what actually went down with him in his first wife. This is no offense to him. It's like, dude. People like you really need to start taking responsibility for your part in everything instead of blaming it on everybody else. And you act all righteous. Sound familiar? Because he's that version of fucking Yeshua. That's the part of waking up to the truth, because everything is in the now. You're living in the biblical times now. You're watching it all unfold. The religious aspect of it and the Gnostic aspect of it. But you demonize each side. The Gnostic demonizes the church, which the church has its faults, and so does the Gnostic have their faults because they're both doing the same fucking thing. But they're demonizing each other. That's why the part of, in this video, he says you have to step out of it. Stepping out of the matrix, stepping out of the illusion that this side is right and this side is right or wrong, and vice versa. It's the two brothers and the girl in the middle. Because whether you believe it or not, Mary Magdalene had a child with Yeshua, and she had a child with Peter. They were twin brothers. So that's why Peter, as you say, Peter had a beef with Mary Magdalene. How could you choose somebody who abandoned you over me? But there was also the other Mary in there. The one you say that Mary Magdalene was the prostitute. Mary Magdalene wasn't the prostitute. The prostitute was the sister. The other Mary, the half sister. If I even said in my video that I put, my husband, I said, are you, are like, because, I seen his doppelganger, and he said he met his doppelganger. So my question is like I said to him, because he said before, like, you think the son is bad, the father is worse. Well, the only one that I can see worse than my ex-husband is Donald Trump, because they have a lot of the same traits. Do you realize and know how many illegitimate children Donald Trump has? It wasn't Jesus on the cross. It was Mary Magdalene. And the reason why she got stabbed there. And then they took from the Grail, the Holy Grail representation of the baby inside of Mary Magdalene. They tried to kill the baby. But see, the baby was that version of God. So, hey, did the baby not die but healed Mary Magdalene? That version of herself, she produced herself, the Sophia. But you'll go back and you'll read your Bible, and you don't even have all the versions to it. Even the one like the Ethiopian Bible, they don't have all the versions because there are multiple timelines. And people say, "Oh, well, you're crazy for thinking of multiverse," and you're fucking crazy for thinking that there's only one goddamn fucking reality. Universe. Multiverse, multiple universes, and you're living in them simultaneously. That's why everything looks all fucked up, because you're seeing it all at the same time. But you're seeing those versions of what you class as reincarnation or rebirth. People say that Jesus was sitting, well, it was Mary Magdalene who had to help Yeshua. When they say, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" It wasn't, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" It was, "Father, why have you denied me?" You say it was Peter who denied him, but it was actually Yeshua, because Yeshua did something with Peter and took the place of Peter. And that's why Yeshua couldn't do what he. You don't have to believe me on it. Seriously, you don't. Spirit came to save the brother, the son, the husband. Sophia took the leap of faith with the baby within him. You say, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the chicken has the egg, right? Lays the egg. Well, they came at the same time. The egg came with the chicken already fertilized. So that riddle, like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, that's not hard to figure out. Because when the female is born, what comes with her? The fucking eggs, right? Same as the male. They came with the fertilization, but you had to have the chicken. the female that carried both chromosomes, which would have been the hermaphrodite. There's a female version of a hermaphrodite and there was a male version of a hermaphrodite. You watch Twilight, like I even said to my therapist the other day, whether he thinks I have underheads or not, I don't fucking know. But the thing is, the merging the three, it's the representation of the immortal, which, you know, the energy, the vampire, the energy vampire, okay? The human and the energy vampire made it, and then the animal, the DNA splicing. You know, people look at Egyptian stuff, okay? See, you say that was ancient civilizations. Was it actually ancient civilizations, or is it actually showing you where you're fucking headed? And it left breadcrumbs for you to follow. When they say history repeating itself, what do you think history repeating itself is? You know, you're always living in the moment, right? But we feel like we say we're not living in the moment, like time is always moving. The illusion of time is always moving because nothing ever stands still. And the ones that come on and say everything does exist all at the same time, it does. Everything already exists. That's why my invention, I give credit to the spirit. Something we already created. It was something that, like, from one of my timelines that I created, and I just have to pull it back in. Certain things get suppressed, you know, your free energy, but you don't believe that free energy exists because they tell you, oh, it's a bunch of bullshit. You are free energy. And they are using you as their free energy and making you pay for it. Don't believe me? Well, you know. Why do you think they're hiding things in the water in the earth? You know, that is the root cellar. I was at my therapist's office there the other day, and you know, he was asking me, like, does it make you angry? But when I was telling him, no, it doesn't. It's not that things make me angry; they frustrate me and irritate me. But they want you to be angry. It's like they want you to be angry so they can feel like they have to help you with that anger. Hey, learn the difference. It's like, yeah, I just heard Rage Against the Machine. But see, it's not always the machine that is the enemy. It's the one who creates the machine. You shit yourself, asshole! Hey, seriously. Believe me, don't believe me. I didn't say you had to, you know. Everybody else gets their theory, but, you know, the one who likes to play God forbids anybody else from having any common knowledge or any, you know, a mind of their own. Seriously. The Christian and Christopher. You know, think of the first of the name in the Christmas. Christ at the first of the name, right? But you say Antichrist. They're actually all Christ. Christian is the religion. Christopher is the Santa Claus. And then the Christmas, the Christ Mass going after the feminine. The mother, you know, you celebrate the seasons. I can feel that. You're trying to silence me, and you know, because I can feel you right here. You know, this is it's like the man against it's like the brawl of the brother and the sister, the mother and the father. Son and the daughter, and the son and the daughter. The Trinity. You know, the triangle. The father and son against the daughter and mother. But there was another son in it, and another daughter. You know, when you look back at Adam and Eve, okay, you know, you have Annabelle, okay, you say about the days of Annabelle, and then others say about Jezebel. You know, in native cultures, you have the one of the lady in the red dress that went missing. Did you know that there was a girl in a blue dress that also went missing? Why do you think you have the red and the blue? And they're feuding. That's the two sisters. Seriously. And I feel like the emotions rising up right now. Two sisters and two brothers. the twins. And each time someone got taken. Split family. You know, what is it? What's her name? She plays in the cast of Freaky Friday. The movie where Lindsay Lohan, she plays the twins, okay? And the mother gets one child and father gets the other, and they don't know that the girls don't know about it. It's like Zeus and Hades. You know, you have like the parts of Switched at Birth. And I even told my ex-husband, and I've come on here and I said, you know, you take two sets of twins and they have children. What do you think's going to happen? Those children are going to look the same. Look it up. The first cousins will look the same. And things can happen where, you know, like they knew about it. One dies and the other one gets taken and switched. They switched the two. You know, I look in the Bluebear Brothers trial thing when they say when they put together the family, they say that in that they're saying that my great Grammy died at the age of 2. Got it right here. Watch out, Lily. I'm looking at it right here. I have my genealogy. So aqui tu pode cantar esse no Montanha. I can feel that. Right now, somebody is literally trying to get in my head. I can always feel it. It's like you take the depiction of Michael, Archangel Michael, okay? It's on the throat of Lucifer, on the neck of Lucifer. Okay? You know, anyone will do anything or say anything to protect their own secrets, right? Even if it means demonizing the other person and trying to make the other person look crazy. Because I get a lot of that. Like yesterday, my ex-husband walked me. He knows that I question who he is. There's no doubt you couldn't not question it. And I say that because I've seen his doppelganger. And the stories, like what my ex-husband has told me, the stories add up to the same as what his doppelganger said of who he is. So who is right? The one that's in California that also has the same name as my ex-husband, looks identical, including with the ears and everything. The same story, the same work line, did the same job, same problems. The different versions of the timelines simultaneously. Only this guy in California, which he's homeless, is it because nobody believes him? Is it, that switch thing, some kind of little game you want to fucking play? Because I don't find it fucking amusing or funny. And then another version of somebody else I know. I question who my ex-husband is. Is he my brother? Is he actually my biological father? But people think you're crazy for thinking that. Hey, you know, I love my I love my father, who I perceive to be my father. What knows? Maybe he didn't even know. See, I question so many things that it's just, it's no offense to them, but my therapist asked me, like, does all this stuff make you? No, it fucking irritates me. got past the anger because, hey, I know there's something. When somebody tries to make the other person appear crazy because of what they're saying, that's when you really need to start questioning those other people if they're trying to make that other person look like they're crazy. Because others will try and blackmail other people. Because maybe those people are afraid of the truth coming out of what it'll do. Three words. Set yourself free. Because it's not hard, truth can come out easy, or you can make it very difficult. And the more difficult you try to make it, the worse it's going to be. Look at certain things in my own life, and so much shit just does not fucking add up. And then I look back at the biblical aspect of it, and it's like, holy shit, I can fucking relate to this. Because it's all in the now. Come on, I'm not the kind of pump it up. Pump up the jam, pump it up a little higher. Pump up the jam, pump it up. Istiklal potukuriesti tu purikita to jest tutaj aşırı kuriyay. Ale tu kurisi puton. It's like when you surrender to your truths. I said, my channel will go anywhere. You'll like me, hate me, love me, loathe me. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll fucking piss you off. You want to come at me? Come at me energetically. Make it a fair fight. No. I do not surrender to the Father. I do not surrender to Michael. And they both ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I'm talking about your biblical shit, not my earth people, unless they are versions of them. Hey, karma puts you back with the people you got the beefs with until you sort your fucking shit out. Didn't learn these languages anyway. But people will say, oh, she needs to be in a straitjacket, or she needs to be on meds. Like, where's your meds going to? That Manny P that comes in on my channel, I use her in my entertainment. Wow, I feel sad for you because that obviously you've got nothing better to do for fucking time. Maybe instead of concentrating on being entertained with somebody else, maybe you should fucking learn to entertain yourself. No, I know who you are. Thank you very much. 誰もそれはもう。Y eso que por eso no monta que era. Esto tú dices que la palabra suele que te progresión. Do I look demonic? Do you even know what demonic is? Oh, right, your Bible tells you. Things become demonic and demonized when it's not understood, and then you keep suppressing it and you keep lying about it and on it. So yeah, it wants to be seen and it will be seen. Whether you perceive it to be in a happy, love and light. It's like people create the monster, but they don't like the monster that they create, so they demonize it, right? Che sottopone che non muisa. Yesterday I was holding my grandson, and I was going, I was going like that. And then on the way home, my ex-husband, when I was saying about it, like, I'm laughing, he said, yeah, you did it the right amount of time. It's like, dude, this coming from a man who keeps running away. Just because you don't know that you have more than one child doesn't mean you don't. Think of it this way. Solomon had fucking 700 wives. Can you imagine what the fucking kids he had? Boy was busy. Line up, gals. Daddy's home! Julieta, por aquí se hay. He said, you say about Solomon with the ring, with regards to keeping with the demons or what have you. Go watch the series Once Upon a Time, The Dark One has the sword. In that, the sword replicated, like if you had the sword, you would control the dark one. So the dark one made sure that he always had the sword in his possession. So nobody could ever control him. What do you think the ring replicates? Seriously. In the series, it says about Merlin and Nimue, the first dark one. Because a dark being slaughtered her family. So she drank from it. Which the Holy Grail is a representation of it. Drinking the blood of the vampire. The energy. Go watch Monsters Inc. They thrive off of energy, right? Scare the children, which you are also the children, fastest the children. chicken and the corn and what have you. You know, there's fucking food that's all over the place, right? Drink from fear. Drink for fear. When you stop giving them your energy, that's when you start seeing them decay. You know, who was it? Ariana Grande or whatever. You know, people are saying about how she looks. And she did a video saying about bright something or other. They like with regards to her money. Do you know that's electric shock therapy? Have you ever been around somebody who had that? I have. They did it to my mother. And after they did it to my mother, she was never the same. She got worse. It's a modern day lobotomy, killing the brain cells. And that's their therapy. You know, people are saying about Israel making plant-based food, meat and stuff like that. And you say about the chemicals in it. Did you ever read what goes in it? And did you ever notice what goes in your cows, in your livestock? Shit, all the fucking antibiotics. The only way you're not getting antibiotics is like, you know, everything's corn causes inflammation and pain in the body, but you still eat it, right? Antibiotics. You know, the only way that you're going to have healthy meat is if you raise your own cows, your own pigs and chickens, or if you hunt, and that's where they start people hunting because they can't put antibiotics and shit like that in. You use soy and soy. But if you want actual healthy meat, you better start raising your own because the stuff you buy in the store is not healthy. But you know, people say, "Oh, I don't care, I'm still going to eat it." Well, then you know, don't fucking say shit about the medical system being overrun then, because you're the ones who are overrunning it. Say about the medical system, the ones that know, you know, the work. Well, you know, hey, I know someone who says, you know, the way of eating, but yet you just went through, you had cancer, and you're going to keep doing the same fucking habits. Okay, That's not anger, that's frustration and irritation with a bit of fucking inner rage. You know, I admit, like, I still eat like the processed fish and stuff like that with the batter on it. I eat that. The ice cream stuff sometimes too. But I don't go running to the hospital about it. Don't even really eat a lot. I'm sweating all the time, so you know when your body's sweating, it's because it's trying to get rid of all the fucking toxins in you. Go look it up. So you know, with everything with Israel and stuff like that, well, that's one thing with regards to food that if you're not putting chemicals in it, that's part of your body. Then I say hallelujah. Doesn't make it fake food. You go to you go to your drugstores and you buy synthetic vitamins. How's that any fucking different of them putting the vitamins into your food? So I said, hey, there's enough property in the world for everybody to be able to have an appropriate piece of property so that they can grow on food. And sadly, like the plant-based food should not be more expensive because you make it in bulk. So if you're doing something right, but you're doing it for profit, then no, you're doing the wrong thing for the profit. But hey, they're still doing it, whether it's fake meat or real meat. You say about like farmers. Who told you had to start putting antibiotics? If you have to put antibiotics in your fucking animals, maybe you have too many. And you're the feedlots. How about you take litters? Most food goes bad. And then they throw it out, and then the less fortunate don't get any because you throw it out. And then you say there's not enough food. There's plenty of fucking food. You'd rather just throw it in the garbage than allow somebody who's starving to have it. And then you say, oh, there's no food. There's no food. So we have to raise the prices. Told you, spirit will take me wherever spirit takes me. It's all the same because it's all about control, right? Control the masses. Where do you think that worms come from? Parasites come from? Seriously. Where do you think parasites come from? comes from food. Do you know that they're growing food in human pieces? Doing it in Nova Scotia. Taking the sewage and using it as an experiment to put it on food crops in the country. And it contaminates a lot of wells too. But you've got to have your meat, right? Say buy local. Go to your local farm. Because you're not getting it in the grocery stores. I told you. I went to, what was it called? It was livestock auction. And holy shit, the livestock they were selling, they all looked very sick. It was gross. It was just like, holy shit, get me the fuck out of here. Because I was feeling animals and I'm looking at them and it's like, oh my God. They were diseased. And they were auctioning them off. And then they were taking them to slaughter for your food. Why do you think they're constantly giving your animals antibiotics? Do you think it's to prevent disease? Oh, right, that's what the vaccines are for. Seriously, even look into it. Aborted feces or aborted fetuses. They'll take diseased fetuses, and they'll inject them into you because they go into your vaccines. I looked into it and I did a video on it, but you'll say, "Oh no, that's not true at all." Are you just saying it's not true, or did you actually take the time to actually have a gander at it? And you wonder why you're sick all the time. People like it's like, oh, I got a flu, I got a flu. No, you have fucking flu. Guy who was, I watched a video where a guy who was in the airport, one person everybody, and he had a mask on. He said he couldn't understand why. Like it's the highest record of flu season. That's the highest. It's the highest recorded for flu season, but the highest recorded of actual flu poisoning. You call it a stomach flu. What happens with that flu? And then there's ricin, ricket poisoning, which just happens to be the same signs and symptoms that COVID was. And anything you're to do in COVID, if you've been exposed to COVID, you're supposed to do the same thing if you have been possibly exposed to ricin poisoning, liquid poisoning. Coincidence? And ricin poisoning, liquid poisoning, however you want to fucking pronounce it. It's injected, it's put on your body, and it's ingested. And it's breathed in. What do people do most when they're stressed out, depressed, or full of anxiety? What do they do? A lot of people either starve yourself or you binge, right? Am I right? The best way to keep people in line is by keeping them sick and dumb and stupid and ignorant to the truth. Donald Trump says about sleepy Joe Biden. I believe it's people like Donald Trump in ways he wants to keep you asleep, but keep you full of anxiety so that you feel like you've gone mad or you have psychosis or a delusion. That's why they tell people like myself that we're crazy and they want to make other people believe that we're crazy. With all the respect, we're not the ones trying to help people. I said before, if I know that my worst enemy is honest and speaking truth, I will defend them. I will be on their side with it. But that's how they play you like a fiddle. Bounce you back and forth. Ting, 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 ting. Better go play your fucking pinball now. Don't forget to use your magnet to manipulate it. Esto por aquí ya se ve por eso, vean. It's where Gnostics and the church come into play. Because the church is still using Gnostics. You're just covering it up and telling you that it's demon, it's demonic. Well, then I guess I must be the perfect demonic, right? I watched the thing with the mega church. I don't understand. They don't pay taxes, but they don't help the poor, and they have these big fucking bullshit crap entertainment things and calls it, oh, well, we're doing for the people. No, you're a fucking circus. You take from the poor and give to the rich and say you're doing good works. How exactly does that work again? I've seen a video where it was on the news where a group of people went into a store and stole about like $3,000 worth of food and donated it. Désolé. Because see, the thing is, people say, "Oh, you're condoning theft." No, what I'm condoning and saying, A, two, is that they were not stealing from the poor to give to the rich. They were stealing from the rich to give back to the poor what the rich stole from them. Joshua, who was saying, "I am the Father." But Jesus is saying, "Son of God." Yeshua was not Mary Magdalene's father. Did you catch that? Yeshua, Mary Magdalene was Lucifer. Peter was the father. The father of the Son. Mary Magdalene made the switch. They demonized the mother. Because how could a woman be powerful? Yeshua's son Peter was the one that hated Mary Magdalene. Sister was trying to punish her. She was trying to punish her. And the way to do that was to kill her son. But what Peter didn't know was he was also the son of Mary Magdalene. And he felt that Mary Magdalene chose him over the other, not realizing that the other one just didn't like her. Mother Mary took Jesus. And then that's when they later had it, and Mary Magdalene had to go up against Yeshua. because Mary Magdalene knew the truth. Mary Magdalene could tell the difference between the two because she was in love with him. So that's why, you know, I look at the spirit of my ex-husband. It's like, I don't recognize you. You're not who I fell in love with. That's why I say, like, you don't believe the other person. You see what happened in the multiple years of choice. I may go through life being a very lonely woman, not having anyone in my life. Because I'm not easy to handle, I'm not easy to take, and I can never be. But I do know what love is. And love doesn't hurt. Love heals. Love doesn't control. Love sees a partnership, companion. You heal one another. You understand. And it comes from experience. You have to save the children, the family. She went up against her. You have to fear her father and herself. She'll get that. She was the Holy Spirit. Is the Holy Spirit. She's the grail. She's the connection. She is solely connected to everything and everyone. On the series Chosen, they had one of the guys run to the bishops or whatever in the world and said that Mary Magdalene. It was because he tried to rape her. Was that the first father? Is that why she ran away? Christ, who was born first? Peter or Jesus? Christian or Christopher? Both Christ. See, the reason why Jesus said that, or why Peter, or why Donald Trump said that, regards to Jesus, because who his spirit is. I'll be honest, Donald Trump is a sexist pig. And his sons. He's just an illegitimate son. You know, people say he's the Antichrist. Is he the Antichrist or is he the father of it? He himself is far from Christ. Well, one version of Christ he's like. See, I watched the thing with Charlie Kirk saying about that Christ says about money and multiply it. But he said in the Bible with regards to that, which I was something more verses. But see, when I went in, okay, now, two separate computers, both Google searches. One says that I'm looking at now, it says Jesus spoke extensively about money, emphasizing its spiritual implications and the importance of generosity over material wealth. Okay? And in this one, it says Jesus taught that money isn't inherently useful, but the love of money and greed are dangerous, as you can't serve both God and wealth. He urged followers to build heavenly treasures, use wealth for good, like helping the poor. Where exactly are they helping the poor? And be faithful stewards of resources, recognizing that where your heart's treasure lies, so will your heart. Key themes include prioritizing God over riches. Everything Donald Trump says involves money. First it was millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then it was billions and billions and billions of dollars. And recently it was trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. The United States is in debt. I believe it's like 38 or 39 trillion dollars. Now, there's one to say, you cannot serve two gods. Down here it says, you cannot serve two gods. Okay, and in Matthew 6:24, Jesus states, no one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. These teachings highlights the conflict between devotion to God and the idolization of wealth, warning that prioritizing money can lead to a divided heart. And then in this one here, cannot serve two masters. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. Okay. So the church is preaching one thing, but doing the other. Seriously. You know, like, what do you see in the church? Small churches that are in small communities, well, they got nothing. None of the money goes to those churches to help their community, because from the churches, it all goes into one fund, and then the higher rankers, like your pyramid, much like Amway, they have the little people making the profits. Meanwhile, they're taking it and hoarding it because they idolize the money. But they preach to you that you have to live in poverty to be one with God. See, that's the part where it goes from the sublime to the ridiculous. So, in order for your ego to be pumped, you have to keep people poor and in poverty so that you can be big and superior. You have to come through me. God wants your money. No, God does not want you. It's the greedy ones who want your money, and they want to tell you that in order to be humble, you have to be poor. Charlie Kirk was worth like $18 million. Candace Owens, I think she's worth $12 million. And Charlie Kirk's wife, well, since he died, she's worth millions there. Am I jealous of the money? Fuck no. because they didn't get it out of doing good works. They got it through manipulation and lies, deceit. You know, like I can feel that. And I don't care if you like me or not, because I'll tell you right now, to Charlie Kirk and Erica and Candace, there's a lot to do. Because it's the part where, okay, why were they so against transgender? Okay. Because you always have to say you're against what it is that you actually are to keep the people distracted. Okay. You know, people don't want to believe it, but I have strong reason to believe that Jesus was a hermaphrodite. Peter and the prostitute Mary was in love. With Jesus. Now, was the young Peter saying like angry because Peter had nothing to do with Mary Magdalene or to do with the Mary prostitute? And they were both in love with Jesus? You know, that would bring about the bisexual aspect of things. Oh, God damn it. Seriously. You know, they're always saying, like, you know, was Charlie Kirk actually a female? Was he a hermaphrodite? You know, you're questioning all these things, and you're questioning the death. You know, they'll say a hermaphrodite is an abomination because they have said it. It's not, they say it's not natural. The hermaphrodite is where, okay, think of it this way. When you're in the womb of the mother, that's when it all starts. The war. One fighting for life to be born. One absorbs the other. And sometimes it ends up that, you know, they absorb half and half. Produces the hermaphrodite. But you'll laugh at me for that. You have Siamese twins, right? And you don't think they can merge into one another? Are Siamese twins a merging or a separation? Twins. But you think it doesn't it? And if it doesn't, it should have. You look at the female anatomy. Men have boobs, they're just not inflated. Some men do have inflated boobs. estrogen and testosterone. You carry both. And you think that, well, I got estrogen, so I'm a man. Or, yeah, or, wait. Testosterone. Women have testosterone. Do you ever see women growing facial hair? That's because of the testosterone. You see women with big clitorises. Well, that's because that's the penis. The vagina, that's just like, your scrotum. It closed. And think of when a male dog is born, right? They have the penis, right? And it's not until later when the testicles drop. Seriously. Am I offending some of you? Because my question is, why would you be offended by that? If you're comfortable in your own skin and your own sexual being, then why would you be uncomfortable with what I just said? You know, do with that with what you will. Believe me, don't believe me. I'm not even sure if your mainstream fucking shit will give you the answer to that. Let's go out to do that, kiddo. People might understand each other a little bit better. Just think of it this way, it's that switch. And if you think that doesn't happen, you're sadly mistaken. But you'll say it's fiction. No, it's not. They just don't tell you. There's certain presidents, like certain presidents' wives, or what have you. The France ones or what have you. They're saying that the wife is a man. Well, maybe it's a hermaphrodite. Sound crazy? Oh well. I'd rather sound crazy than live in a denial of it actually is. only ones that keep saying that the stuff that people say is not true is because they're trying to cover something up themselves. May expose their truths. It's called the dirty little secrets. Maybe, say, yeah, is it possible that Mary Magdalene was a hermaphrodite? Born a hermaphrodite? Is that what circumcision really is? Oh! Oh! They say the foreskin is dirty, right? Oh, no, Mary Magdalene and Jesus were both Jewish. Maybe they didn't follow the faith of Jewish, but they were born into a Jewish family. But it wasn't just into a Jewish family. It was one of religion and one of Gnostics. Yeshua was following the Father, the earth Father, the human Father, the church. That was much like colonizer white, or because they're not all white, but you say they are. But it wasn't white men who started the colonization. Just say it was. I've seen a thing on TikTok today about an albino baby and she had a picture of the baby. And she said that her baby was not born with blessings. Are you fucking retarded? You're using your baby to get views and likes? Sad for you. Please send blessings for my baby. Your baby was born blessed. You just don't see it because you're fucking ignorant. Gurisita para kita muste. All you ever do is holler at people. No, I'm going spirit to spirit, and if you happen to get irritated with it, then I guess it's that part of your spirit who just doesn't want to hear it because it fucking hurts. Believe me, it hurts because I can fucking feel it when it hurts. Because my spirit goes through it too. Это может ужас. Goodness, before you go and call somebody psychotic, you might want to know what you're fucking doing. Грите коня сапубуем. What's it? It's like fucking Yeshua picking on Mary Magdalene. Gaslights her. And then fucking says she's the problem? Yeah, I don't think so. You big fucking bully. You gotta pick on a woman to make yourself feel big. Gurisita, porque mo tuti esto, güey. Gisora! Gume. Cosa te que se mata y si tú pure. When I refer to the adolescent boy child, that's who I'm referring to. I say Yeshua because that's the only way you know by name. Or you'll say Yahweh. What? Yahweh or Yahweh? He teased her. He mocked her. That's where you get the fucking, what are they, drag queens? So you had to start cutting the wings off. Or you had to sew up the vagina and keep keeping. Just saying. Que se tu porque mo quisiera. Now I know back in 2020, before I had that incident where like I was being torn apart, it was like fucking animal demons coming at me trying to tear me apart, and then I got hollered for God and I hit between the hookers. And then the next night, you know, when I did what I did and said, you know, if I'm meant to survive, I'll survive. Prior to that happening, that was why I see the three figures behind the speaker. Two look like identical twins. So I guess maybe Mary Magdalene and Yeshua were the twins. But, you know, I got before that it was Peter. Because behind the speaker, it looked like two East Indian boy twins. And then being in the back, I had I had black hair to about here. Black eyes was very colorful, like the color was gray blue in color. And they were wearing a gray blue tight fitting uniform that was like something that you would see scuba divers wear, only much thinner. То есть какие-то парики, So when you look in the mirror, they see someone else. Every weekend, I went to one of the craft fairs and meditators. And I had this woman sit with me. And she said when she looked in the mirror, she wasn't seeing herself. She was seeing an older person. And I got the clue. So I looked up, like, I took the AN off of anger. The Christmas witch. But see, it was really strange because, the stuff that I was getting off of her, she left. And then another woman come back, which was really strange because her story was what I just said about that woman. What I was getting from that woman with that woman. And, dementia, Alzheimer's. It's a part of whatever memory you're having, you're stuck in that moment. It's like they go in that memory and they remain stuck in that memory. That's why you get adults acting like children because they're stuck in that childlike memory that triggered whatever. But
Well, you don't have a diploma that says that you can say this stuff like a psychiatrist.
I don't have to be a psychiatrist to talk about it. When I can relate to it and I've experienced stuff myself, that I can speak about it. Maybe that's what therapists really need to start doing, is having a gander at their own life, and then they may be able to relate better to people.
Buenísimo, fíjate que yo eso.
Ai, é que eu tô por aqui, It's like, hey, Yeshua, go get fucking therapy. Do you know it was Yeshua who ran away? Yeshua had something on him and didn't open his mouth and say anything about it. Pope smokes dope. The Pope smokes dope. Because the dope and the alcohol, turned the wine. The dope and the alcohol in that, it keeps it suppressed. Do as I say, not as I do. But hey, I don't mind. That's why you come around a lot of younger boys, younger men, younger followers. But see, that's why I said before, if you want to understand what's going on with somebody, you can't look at the surface. You have to look into the soul and you say, oh, they don't have a soul. Oh yeah, they have a soul, but it's just so fucking far back because of whatever happened in their childhood. That's where their soul got left, and that's why you say they have no soul. But you go with that no soul thing. You just haven't gotten to the problem. When I was sitting in my therapist's office, I said about Donald Trump shitting himself. And he laughed. And I said, did you know that that is caused from trauma? And he was just like, just stop. So that to me tells me that you don't know what you're observing. You don't know how help people because you're too busy looking at a fucking theological or theory thing in your book instead of actually seeing the fucking person. You don't see them as a person. You see them as statistics. As someone to fucking analyze, but you go by analyzing them with a book instead of getting to the heart of the problem, literally. C'est que ele não touche la barrière ça, ouais. I was like with Annabelle and Jezebel. They were calling Abel Annabelle because Abel was a hermaphrodite, and they were calling Jezebel the part of Jesus. Jesus to Abel. Because Cain wasn't killed. Seth was. Seth and the Father. There was a blue dress, a girl in the blue dress, and a girl in the red dress. It doesn't matter if you say red dress or blue dress. Because I felt that in my body. I'm offended by that. Seriously, how fucking old are you? What is you know they man personal? Possibly because you have a missing piece. Because you have this whole story. What do you think they say? The dirty little secrets. Probably a little too graphic for you. Shit, people are worried about showing fucking naked cartoon pictures and hand gestures, and here I am. That's so fucked because you're afraid you're gonna get fucking banned. Man, fuck. Secondo me, sono conosceria como assim. Que loucura. Talk about fall from grace. Como esse monstro nuclear. The dirty little secret. I knew it wasn't for one thing, it was for something else. I wonder if that dream the other night. Yeah, but I think about the Just like sacrifice, for they sacrificing, because they thought it was an abomination and God would reject it. Oh, Tout va s'étouffer. You know, I understand with regards to Erica Kirk when she sat there and she was like, stop. But it's like sometimes that's getting too close to truth. But in another video I watched, and I seen that she had true, genuine love for Charlie Kirk at least one point. But there's also the other side to everything. Money and fame gets in the way. So me saying, you know, I would defend my worst enemy if I knew they were right. But if you look at biblical, it's the same. You have something going on there. Only in that, it's two women and a man. And with Jesus, it was a man and a woman. Unless, you know, Candace or Erica Kirk, maybe one of them had a sex change. It's like when they say, you know, you gotta, or sometimes they say you gotta be one to know one. But you know, just questioning because anything's feasible, right? It's like, when you're going back, excuse me. How many people have actually seen those caps, those blood caps? Theatrics, your movies, doppelgangers. You know, why is Donald Trump really doing all those renovations? You afraid there's a raid in the White House? Sometimes you gotta play the part, right? Did you say we all wear masks? It's because we're afraid to show our true self. Second one. I went to Winners the other day. I was going through so many synchronicities. Because I went into a store and I was buying stuff. And it was like the person that I was buying stuff for was there with me. It was really great. And I was like as I was shopping, I was going and picking certain items and what have you, you know. And then I just happened to turn around. And someone was in the window staring in at me. And I knew then who they were. The spirit to spirit. And I looked, I was like, asshole. So I went into Winners and I was looking, and my name Tara means Earth Mother, Mother Earth. And in some cultures, different versions of it, and star, and the star is in the sky and the hill of the land. Right? Different. So I was looking at the candles and I found that this candle, Earth Signs, grounded and resilient in the cosmic symphony, Earth Signs ground, steadfast Taurus, rooted and profound Virgo, mysterious and practical wisdom. They expand. Capricorn, ambitious and resilient with goals on them. Okay, the Earth signs. There's the Virgin, the Virgo, the Virgin Mother. Well, see, the thing is, you say of a Virgin Mother. Is it possible that the Virgin Mother signified someone of purity who had never had sex before? Oh, oh shit! Lucia! So I said, so is Mary Magdalene some other, it had that it was like a soldier or someone affiliated with the government that raped Mary Magdalene, who was a virgin. So I was walking along and I seen what I have in my hand and I looked at the price of it and it was $3, regular $20. And at first I thought, no, and then I quickly looked, but I thought it was one thing, but it was actually another. Okay. A chess piece. And it happens to be well, when I looked it up, it was the queen chess piece. You know, at first I thought it, well, like, I didn't dawn on me until I got really, like, right away. At first I thought that it was like something that you would see on a judge's court. Fuck it! Yeah, ¿qué decía? ¡Joder, no es! ¡Correja muerta! Y me decía, no es. Quisote. And then I thought it was on. Until I looked, and then I thought it was the king, but it come to find it's not. And it was like, so I take things as signs, meaning that I'm the queen of my own chess game, of my own chessboard. People say about chess how the king is the most powerful one on the chessboard because the king can move any direction. The king can move one space in either direction. The queen can move anywhere on the board. I don't mean lifting her up. I mean spaces. No restriction to spaces. She can go, she can go. Why do you think that the queen has to defend why they put the queen in front of the king? Maybe the king couldn't even fight his way to let people fucking back. And that's why, yes, his ego to make himself feel good. Go inflate yourself, man. Questo muso di chi c'ha detto tu devi essere è sotto quel piano. Poi gli ho detto poi what did you man? See, the thing is, I do actually saw it. This is the spirit to spirit, like I said, that spirit knows exactly. So if you're experiencing it, then I guess that spirit is attached to you. It's not like the spirit. It's not being like cocky. It's like, yeah, like bring it energetically. But keep it fucking with yourself. This is a spirit thing. I have nobody physically hitting me. But boy, fuck, they like coming at me energetically. Where it's like, you know, it's that part that you do to me happens to you. It's like what I experience, it's like father and son, brother and brother, mother, sister, mother, daughter, mother, son, mother and father. It's like the fucking Family Feud. Only they're fighting with each other over who's superior. And one that just you know, people said about Lucifer and Sophia having and protecting her child because both sides wanted to kill it. What do you think it was? It's like what happens in an animal kingdom when there's a weaker one or one that's different. What do they try to destroy. This Sunday church can't believe it fucked up the new Sunday everyday church. The way it is they're hiding all the fuckers putting it in language that can keep you conflicted. Hey, was King James coming out of bed himself and he hated himself? Or he hated everyone because he couldn't be himself and he demonized everything? You know, it's passed down that way. If you look up with regards to homosexuality or somebody who is in it to say that they're against the other side, but they're so out there with it, are they trying to cover up their own sexuality because they don't want to have those feelings? Excuse me. You know, when are you going to come out of the closet? Aren't you tired of living in the shadows? You know, I started watching a documentary, and they were talking about enlightenment. And they were saying that the spirit is outside of you.
That's the same as telling you you have to look out there for the kingdom of God. Because the spirit is not outside of you. The spirit resides within you and it expands outside of you. That's the force. Get up a little way. That's why, like the shadow you see in Peter Pan, where the shadow comes out of the person. The shadow is the spirit. When I died, just before I died in 2020, sorry, 2019, just right around this time, maybe a week before. And the feeling I had was the spirit trying to leave because it was being squashed to it, like it was being crushed, like the light was leaving. And it was trying to catch. That's how I know the spirit is within you. How do you think it's nothing? You can't fight anymore. That's where people come in to help you fight, to see that light again, to see that light again. It's like you start feeling that this light on mine, I'm gonna let it shine. If it hurts your fucking eyes too bad, you can at least then say, I saw the light. They say the eyes tell the stories of the soul. And that's why people look soulless, because they've gone so far inside themselves. It's like shit. It's like you go inside because it's easier to turn that switch off. That's when you switch off the humanity switch. But you have to have both. but is the rapture actually a disappearance in the way you perceive it? Or is the rapture where people just start meditating? You put machines in it, okay? For people say, oh, that doesn't exist. Or something. I'll tell you, like, I watched this one guy at TikTok this past, and he said about meditation. When people are possessed, like when people are possessed, it's when you go through that enlightenment phase, whether it's on the darker side or the lighter side, you have that complete let go. You levitate. Whether it's true or not, my sister told me that two other people had seen me when I was going through my thing in 1999, had seen me levitate off of it. But I've had visions like it felt fucking real, where I was laying on a bed. It was like I was in an underground dome thing or whatever. Government building do that. And this other person was in there, but they were screaming. Security coming. I was like, I touched them. I was laying back in bed, and all of a sudden my legs went from this up. I levitated and flew out the door, and I was floating down the hallway at about waist level, and I got to this individual. So that was a part of the levitation. And when I levitate in visions and dreams, I really feel the levitation. So whether I'm actually levitating when I'm sleeping, who knows? But it's the spirit that levitates. And the screen just switched again. We just set up with the guys. But people will tell you that's demonic. It's when it's like when you say that Jesus went up into the heavens. What do you think referring to? Send it into the heavens. Send it. Next time, send me one way. And I said, like, I guess I'm waiting for all of us to levitate. It's like, when I said, come on, it's cool. I said, really? Especially this time of year, people are like, you're conflicting with the time of year that you do shit. Is it hard doing this? No, because it just comes naturally. It's weird to say it, but it's just come naturally now. It's like, oh well, you may as well go with the flow, because if you don't go with the flow, it fucking hurts even worse. One. Si sto seguendo saporita. Actually, I just had scratchery up. Si sto seguendo saporita, che non vuoi che vista. Yeah. Welcome to the Family Feud Spirit version. You know, oh, what am I? We have some room. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, but it's true. I'm gonna have to end this on Family Feud Spirit version. No. Let's do it again. Oh, yeah, I gotta have you up. Oh, yeah. Seriously. Hallelujah. Oh my God. Este toco mucho esto. Masita, riquísimo muito tudo, mãe. Ai, não sei. It's going okay. It's like see, I know that my spirit has done things wrong over lifetimes. There was somebody who impersonated one of my because I was watching Once Upon a Time and the Wicked Witch, okay, you know, from Wizard of Oz, she had a broomstick, and the broomstick was shaped just like this. This is my wand. See, I usually have it for a decoration, kind of as a reminder, because my wand, it's the energy. It's like a sympathy, sympathy, symphony. It's like when you have that, when he's doing the music, he uses the guitars. Você tem que ser moça e sua Yep, I got my blower today. I've been eating a lot of junk food. I live in August. Okay, like you're not putting on any more weight per se, but I know I'm putting on some. see, I'm not insecure, but sometimes I do look in the mirror and I'll be honest, I say it to myself because I know I can do better. But I do also know that this is going to sound fucked up, but I learn different things as I look at myself because I look at those parts of me that judge myself, but also while I'm judging myself, I still compare to other people that are smaller than me. That, you know, it's a perception that you're supposed to have this type of body in order to be happy, or this type of body for somebody to want to be with us because there's so many shadows. It's like I'm feeling this, and I had this at both the shows that I went at, both the show things, Expo things when I did readings. And I have this setting on my table so I can feel an energy in the body. And people are saying that their animals are acting strange. When they're acting strange and they're looking at something, observe and see if there is like see what they're looking at and see if it's familiar to you or if it looks different. You know, people who can comprehend this will understand what I'm saying. So pay attention to your animals because they are communicating to you. They're aware energetically, but they also see that they're all seeing the eye of truth. Yeah, it is. You know, I want to ask you something. When they do electroshock therapy, when they do a lobotomy, where do they target? You can put a gap. There's three, and they target those areas of the brain. You know, I would like to know if there are any other people where the pituitary gland looks like there's a fighter. Because if there is that actually an aftermath mark from them giving people electroshock therapy or the lobotomy and then not reading about it?
It's a legitimate question. And I'd be curious to know. Not just curious, I'd like because it's like to inflate it, like deflate it. It is a number or same type of texture as a membrane, right?
Or did they withdraw something from it? I just heard, oh shit.
Is that why the name I was in the psychiatric unit and I woke up in the middle of the night and it was a cloud of smoke in my room? I was told that, oh, well, no, that was smoke coming from the smokestacks from the hospital. But yet they were way on the other fucking end of the hospital and you couldn't even open the fucking windows. Did you always wake up so fucking good? Is that why they make you take minutes every? Couldn't sit the guy in the room. And then if you're not compliant or all that nothing takes, they try to break you. But see, for us, there's no repercussions, right? There's no compensation for the damage they cause because they said prove it. How about you disprove it? Stupid. You know what? And I don't mean by stacking the deck. I go at what you use first. Now the witch I was talking about, like a lot of people keep me warning. There's someone that like really, that you have a public figure that can't stand Christmas and read a really fucked up book to a group of kids. Like, no offense to the author, but it was like, yeah, like, kids could have been confused, and maybe it was it was like a message to the adults. Who knows? But it was very strange, to say the least. Whether it was either way or the other. Istituto Prechiano. Don't let him. It was a Christmas wish. Which, any of you watched the movie Red One with The Rock in it? It had the goat. It had Santa, and it had the clone, the witch. People look at righteous as being someone who does no wrong, but righteous is actually making right choices. It's not saying not to protect yourself when you need to. Use your judgment of force necessary. Some people didn't like that. Yeah, you almost anyway. No, it was like in the clouds. It was shaped like, as I was talking about, in the clouds, it was shaped like Santa's sleigh, and then the ring, and then there was like 4 reindeer, and that's what I had seen last year. Christmas Day morning at like 6:30, I looked out, and it was like a triangular ship comes in, and then it does this funky thing, and then puts itself. So it's like that. So then Santa comes along in the sleigh, and I know it sounds right up to lunch, and I've lost her. Good. If I lost her, bye bye. So it was coming, and the sleigh, and then there was like 4 reindeer, but there was whether there was 8 on the other side, so it was like the side. And the man in the sleigh was like, and then there was one in much like a flying saucer. And as I'm speaking of that, someone or something doesn't like it because I can feel it and I can hear it. So it's like the frequency changed, and that's just fine. Because who knows what happened to the crone for it to be like that. You have the elf. Is the elf Peter Pan? Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God.
The elf was Peter Pan. Right hand to Santa. Oh God. Dice ko mataya suruy de kahisa. You say about take no offense to this, but you say about what's going on in a specific church. Well, the Pope smokes dope, right? Take offense to that, do what you will, but the Pope smokes dope. How do you think they get into their religious states? You say they give up their bodies. They have to go into a specific state in order to do that. That's why they're trying to study spirit. If people are saying in the military about them giving some kind of morning glory or something, and silver suicide. That's what they're doing. But it's the temporary state that creates the psychosis because it's not natural. It's natural in a sense because it's natural plants. But if you're not going to face your shadows, if you're not going to face your stuff, then that's what creates the psychosis. Then they end up with PTSD, right? Loss of control. It's just, maybe making too much, maybe making sense just doesn't seem like it's making sense because it's so open. To get that to be like sometimes it's the ego that wants the money, but it's the spirit that wants the eternal freedom, free from needing something or feeling like you need something. To be free, because the freedom is the mental freedom, the physical freedom. I was watching a video where somebody was saying about somebody sitting a grande or whatever, sitting there rubbing her. Do you know that when people do that, it's a soothing thing? It's much like when a child sucks your thumb. It's that human contact. Just saying. Because some people try to take that soothing from you. It's self-soothing. That's what a lot of children do. Like they feel neglected. So they find themselves in comfort just soothing themselves. Because sometimes, well, because soothing yourself never comes with a price of somebody who's not you or criticize you. It's like when somebody sits there and goes like this. What do you think you do? But instead of doing this, you want them taking the pill, right? You say, oh, this is a nervous habit. No, it's a soothing habit. It's like some kids, they'll sit there and they'll chew at their shirt. That's a self-soothing. Same as when a kid holds onto a sleeping blanket. You tease them for it. Instead of teasing them for it, why don't you compliment them? I sucked my thumb until I was like 11 years old. She once I did. I wouldn't suck it through the day. But whenever I go to bed, because the soothing with here and the contact. So it's like, and I have the blanket here, right up to my mouth and nose. But I went through a lot of trauma between a young age and that age. And, you know, I got into boys in this one night. They were around and I just took and put my thumb under my pillow and just laid on it. That was the same night that I woke up and my fingers were this far apart and it just felt like I couldn't fucking move them. Yeah. Seriously. I need weightless glasses or like, you know, I need to heal my eyes. So I don't need glasses. But I do it. But I could again. Sit tight. Sitting in the calm. In the calm. You're sitting in the room. You're sitting in the spirit. Time. I know. Yeah. Yeah. I was by a graveyard, so I know that certain individuals, I know about like people think, oh, you're crazy. I know about like when you can use graveyard magic. See, I don't use it. I live it. I've channeled on this property where there's a one here that to them this is their home. This is sacred, and they don't want it to be used for someone to be living. They want it as a place of healing, a place where it's like a sanctuary for others. Because when I first moved here, I told my ex-husband we keep this to be a place of like sanctuary for animals because it's almost like 12 acres in the middle. Somebody said about heading to a adult. It's like I don't want it to be closed because I don't want to cage it up. But it's like a place of like not learning like you do in school, but learning the ways. People teaching other ways, using the land like to garden. It's like the place I turned into like this little areas. Even said about putting little buildings like back in the woods, and then having people like teach there. at each class, you learn the different. You see, you can teach people mathematics by doing stuff. It's not all the ways. And in that, you're learning about history, everything. But you're learning it in a hands-on way by learning old ways. Yeah. But I have to figure out how to get that property export so I can make it happen. Because that would give so much more space. And it would be convenient. Because I know in this community where I'm at, there's a lot of people that know the old ways. There's it's like it's like teachers. They're supposed to go in the corner and just sit there. Don't be seen because you'll embarrass us. Are you embarrassed yet? Oh, this coincidence. Você como esse coração você ui como é esse coração do risco muito dele do risco muito que essa vai tchau. Yes, I like you said going so. Yeah, people see me go like that. What are it? It's like chakras. Esse como tá tarefa que me sinto por aqui motor. Deve ter que por aqui no sinto por aqui é tá. Canal da saúde. Yeah. I was going into the class and I got my glasses. And they told me to just like, look on the street. So I walked around the store and I was going like this whole fucking time. I was like, what the? Like, this ain't fucking right. So I took them back and I said, there's something wrong with my glasses. No. it's the right prescription. He said, just take them home and wear them for a bit. Get used to them because they were Bible, or they were progressive. Well, I had progressive before, and it didn't go with that. It was like the glasses were too strong. So I went home and I couldn't even wear them. I went back to my old glasses. And I went in the next day and I told him, I said, well, you know, hey. So I said, give me the far distance and the close distance, one of the two. So I went through both of those. I still felt out. And so each time I went in, so I went in the first time, told him the first time it didn't work. Took him back. Got the other ones, took him back. Got the other ones, took him back. But when I went back with the other ones, the last ones, I went to a different eyeglass place, sold glasses, and they checked the lenses for me. Well, I was right. The lenses were too strong. It was supposed to be like a 7, and they gave me a 9. Each time I went in, the problem child's back, the problem child's back, the problem child's back, and then I come back the last time with the piece of paper that says, hey, you did fuck up on my lens. I walked in and said, I guess I'm not the problem child now, am I? And I showed them. It was like, yeah, there, you take that. So that song just reminded me of doing the wrong thing. I've done the right thing, did what they said, and then come back and said, hey, you know, I like this song. A lot of people, this to people is like a depressing song, but it's how we feel. I spoke about this earlier.
That perception, that's what the Matrix wants you to believe. Arecísito por aquí. You believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, why not? Right now, expansion. Sarah, if you would be Miyuko Tae. It's like, yeah. It's like people say you don't live in reality. Who gives a different definition of what reality really is? But that's where people have to use their discernment. You know that, like, whether or not somebody else is seeing, people see or see what you have. Is anybody going to realize that? What I just said. It's like when you're seeing, it's like looking through a window. Okay, but it gives a distorted image. It's figuring out, are you seeing in your reality, or are you seeing from a perception that's in someone else's reality? Because it's like the spirit. Okay, spirits can think that they can be passed on, and they haven't really moved on from space or the area. Okay, they may react to somebody in the physical plane coming into what they perceive to be theirs because they haven't passed space. They still believe that they're that which you're coming into it and push out. Same as when you walk into a space and you see a spirit, are you crossing into the spirit realm and the spirit crossing into the physical realm? And then you meet in between. Okay, the other day, I don't know if my therapist thought I was nuts or not, but I explained
the flat earth around the theory. Okay, so the outside was a donut. Okay, well you're halfway. Okay, but it's like you think of an apple. Okay, you need to core the apple. You need the top and the bottom. Okay, so you have flatness here, and then like a dome. Okay, the top, and then down the bottom, the same thing. Okay. People talk about the mothership and that, right? Okay. So when you're talking about the mothership, you're talking about ships. Do ships not have force fields? They fell out of orbit. And okay, so you have the force field. Okay. How do you know, like when ships hook up with the sea, what do? They hook in side by side, right? Because you gotta put that connection. It's like the close connection. Okay. So you take two ships and they each have those ends. And they have to hook together to transfer. They both put on a force field, which is your ozone layer. You have the humidity, right? The earth is mostly water. So humidity is moisture, right? Humidity is water. Is Atlantis a land or was it something else before Atlantis? Okay, I lost people there. That's fine. Okay, so you say that the ships are coming on water. Well, the ships are in between those two ports, that connection. That's why you say it comes up out of the water into the atmosphere. That's why people say they're coming, and others are saying they're already here. You say about disclosure. How much more disclosure can that be? Poquito, puriquito, visión. Esto, coil, but it's like a spring. That's what I was seeing. I actually had a picture. It was really weird because it was like it was showing like a beam, but it had like a thread. I zoomed in. I zoomed in around the sun. Oh yes, and the Statue of Liberty. You know how it holds that thing of flame? That's the source of free energy. Just so you know. Oh goddamn! Yeah! Represent. Okay. Just sitting. It's like, shit, man, it's hurt right there. What am I sitting? Just sitting. Just sitting. That close actually really good. It was like, oh, you smoking. Because it's like the cloud was like down like that. It was a part up like that. And then all of a sudden, it was like, and it went like that. And then it started coming up and up and up. And it was like that. It's like you become like, people will look at you like you have 100 heads. But that's the part of enlightenment. You're gonna come off being like right up to it. You're just seeing everything all at the same time. Like what you're seeing it moving. Things that most people see still. You see differently because you're moving faster. You're in the moment, but you're vibrating faster. Just think of everybody that wants to say, you having fun up there? You making a statement? I know what spirits I'm like up against for the most part. There's some that like to sneak their way in. Try. I'm going to, I'm going in here anyways. The tree trunk the size of a man grows from a blade as thin as a head. A tower 9 stories. A tower 9 stories high is built from a small heap of earth. Building two. Okay, let's look at this. Watch your thoughts, they become words. Okay, or like thought part of really show himself because all his thoughts come out in words. Watch your words, they become actions. If you have a rage and you say, I'm gonna like shoot you, I'm gonna shoot you or something like that, and sometimes you go, that's the word becoming an action. Or you could put a spin on it. And watch your thoughts. Okay, what do you see for yourself? What you see for yourself, you speak it through.
Watch your words, they become actions. What you speak up of what you see yourself as you work towards it and thrive towards it, you put those hopeful trees into action. So you physically start making changes. Watch your actions, they become habits. So if you keep doing it, then it just comes naturally. Much like if you meditate, you don't have to be in that state of just sitting and meditating. You can be out and about and be meditating, and nobody even know you're doing it. That's how it becomes. Watch your habits, they become your character. So you naturally have that gift to be able to just go into a meditative state and still function. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. What you put out is what we receive back. Super good. But the more you put into yourself, you create your destiny. He who loses wealth loses much. He who loses a friend loses more. But he that loses his courage loses all. Because you give it yourself for passion for it to believe in yourself. If not, why not? Yeah, it says, like, it says, okay, it says, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. What that means to me is don't worry about what's coming at you. Worry about, like, don't worry at all. Learn how to maneuver. And then have full speed ahead. If you watch The Matrix, okay, the torpedo is much like the bullets. Okay, dodging the bullets, but he just looked like that. Like, but at first he was dodging the bullets, right? And it was just full speed ahead. The almost like the full connection, full speed ahead, coming into oneself. And propelling forward. Spirit didn't like that. Like that word. Full speed ahead. Moving into your purpose. Okay? I was thinking more so. That being said, whoa! I'm sending all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to you.
anyone and everyone wants and willing to receive and accept. Control be big, bold, brave, merciful, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true, kind to yourself, be true and kind to others, and know that you have more strength than you can comprehend. Have a great night.